Hi Wordsmiths! Although often authors write alone, we don't need to be lonely. We can write together, and that's what we're doing today. My goal for today is to check how your summer has been, do a recap of the birthday stream, and from there on we will see how our writing sessions are going, and perhaps the Inky Winged Beats will be allowed to reveal some more news or gossip even about the world of Tergaenae. We'll have to see how that goes, if the High Council of Tergaenae allows it. I don't know. Well, I only find out during the stream, like last time. We will also take a peek at NaNoWriMo, because that's only 2 months away. And I have set my goal to 12,500 words today, to surpass or to get to that amount of words. I'm not expecting myself to write 12,500 words in a few hours time, because that ain't gonna happen. I know there are people who are able to write well over 50,000 words during Nano, and some even write 100 or 200 or 500,000 words. Well, I'm usually glad when I reach the 50,000, but we'll see to that later on. What I'm gonna do first is check my audio. That seems to be okay. So I can hear myself when I check the video, so that means that the audio is coming through all right. My apologies for the delay in the stream. I had one technical difficulty, just a tiny small thing. It's solved now, so that shouldn't be a problem anymore. I wish you a lot of fun this afternoon. So how was your summer? My summer was a bit weird, to be honest. As for the weather, it was... we've had sun, we've had rain. We've had warm temperatures up to, I think, maybe 27 degrees Celsius outside. And then a few days later it was 15 degrees again. So it was... It didn't really have a constant temperature, and in that respect summer was weird. We did have rain also, so that's slightly better than a few years ago when we had high temperatures and a drought for several years. So yeah, it's weird, but okay, things happen. And this summer I also had a few private things, real life things happening that were tough, but oh well, we all get through. We all got through it, so that's what's important. So yeah, that was my summer. Luckily, I did manage to write, and I managed to write 10,000 words in August. I wrote for the background story of Nejat and Naja. Nejat and Naja are two characters who have an established relationship at the start of my first book of the Tergaenae Chronicles. But I need to know a lot more about their relationship, especially about the history of their relationship. Why I need to know that more? Well, you will have to find out when you can start reading the books. Now that I checked my audio, I don't need my headphones anymore, so that's a good thing. The relationship between Naja and Nejat is a complicated thing. In the first book, probably also at least part of the second book. So that is why I need to know more about their history, how they started and how their relationship progressed. So that is what I worked on this summer, especially during August. So that's it was fun to do that, and I will continue to do that at least through September. I don't know. I hope to have their background story finished by the end of September, so that I can focus on other things in October, including finishing my outline for this series of Tergaenae Chronicles, because I have my apologies, because I have 5 books planned so far. I hope that it really stays at those 5 books for this part of for this series. There is a potential for more afterwards, because I have a certain idea of how things develop in the world of Tergaenae. But at first, I just want to finish those 5 books, and when I have finished those 5 books, then I'll see what I will do next. I think that finishing those 5 books is already a amazing feat. So achievement. So we'll see. I'll see how it goes, and it will be fun nonetheless. Either way, but yeah, that's what I hope to do in October, and from there on we'll see. So what happened in my birthday stream? Well, for those who weren't there, I was surprised, utterly surprised, I can say, by a wonderful gift from my NaNoWriMo cabin members, who are in the Discord with me, and they made this awesome birthday gift for me. It was incredible. It's the official first edition of the Inky Winged Beats, and they celebrated my birthday. So yeah, that was an awesome surprise, which I totally did not see coming. Fedina and Dida and Little Writer Doodles, they helped me come up with the name of Inky Winged Beats, which wasn't the easiest thing to do for me. But yeah, I'm very happy that I now have the name. And the Inky Winged Beats is the newspaper in Tergaenae, and you will see more of that in the future. Or at least I hope that the High Council gives me permission to show you guys more of the Inky Winged Beats itself. It will be fun to see the building that all the work is being done in, the printing of the newspaper and everything. Also, how the newspaper is printed, because I have heard things about that, and that must be amazing to see. But I cannot say anything about that at the moment. And one thing that I can tell you is that winged is not so much that the newspaper has wings, because it doesn't, but it is because the newspaper is run by and also delivered by winged creatures in Tergaenae. One of the winged creatures is the flutter nymph, and it is a wonderful creature who has also showed itself in my previous stream, my birthday stream, when it sought the help of Najat and his team. And actually, this particular flutter nymph also works for the Inky Winged Beats. So at first, it was the question if this flutter nymph wasn't just simply looking for news, or perhaps some gossip, because that I can tell you, Najat is not in Dragon City at the moment. He is investigating a counterfeit issue, but he was supposed to be in Dragon City because there's a delegation arriving there, and he was supposed to be there to help his father and his brothers receive the delegation. So yeah, I mean, why didn't he go there, and why did he find it right now the moment to be in this other village to investigate that counterfeit issue? Why now? So yeah, I can see why the Inky Winged Beats would want to know if there's news. Is there important news about a counterfeit issue? Or is there perhaps some gossip to be revealed? I mean, you never know. It's the Dragon Riders, and Najat is one of the princes of Dragon City, one of the three. So they really want to know more. And Najat usually doesn't want to reveal too much of himself. So when the Inky Winged Beats can get some information, they like to get it and publish it. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Speaking of seeing how that goes, I don't know if I will be allowed to show more information, to show more or to tell more. The Inky Winged Beats will deliver it to me if and when the High Council of Tergaenae gives the approval to let it be known here. So we will have to see. I have no idea. That's a surprise for you as well as for me. So all we can do is wait until we get the approval. We being the Inky Winged Beats and myself, of course. So without further ado, I'd like to start another writing sprint to see what we can do, what we can find out in Tergaenae Chronicles, what I can discover, and what the Inky Winged Beats workers can tell me, how things are going, and also how things are going specifically with Najat and his team, and perhaps in the future also with Naja, because that's important as well. I need to know more about them and about their relationship and about their team members and friends and everything and family. And at the moment I don't know enough. So I hope the High Council, the Tergaenae High Council, will approve of things to come to light, and potentially even approve of things to be brought out in the open through the Inky Winged Beats. Last time they gave me the approval to tell you guys about a few things, but those were things that weren't allowed to be known in Tergaenae yet. So there's a fine line between what they approve and what they don't approve. For me, it's always a surprise about why they do things, why they decide certain things. And I know there was one thing, or there was one big issue that I couldn't divulge. They thought it would be too risky to have it both out in the open here and in Tergaenae, but also to have it only out in the open here. The High Council thought it was too risky, so they didn't approve of me telling you guys. I was lucky and I was told what was going on, but sealed lips and such, I cannot tell anything about that. So if you want to know more about what I revealed during the live stream, during my last live stream, you can check my channel in the link down below, and check out my previous live stream, my birthday live stream, and then you can find out everything. I haven't had the time yet to add chapters, unfortunately. I had some things going on. I had a very busy day yesterday and this morning, so I hadn't had a chance to add chapters to the previous live stream yet. But I'll do that tonight and possibly tomorrow morning, depending on how fast I can add the chapters, because it was quite a long stream. And afterwards, then you can more easily find the news bits and possibly the gossip. You'll have to see. And in the stream from last week, I also revealed some gossip for you guys. So if you have the time later on, check out that stream as well. For those who don't know me and who are new to this channel, new to these live streams, I do weekly live streams every Saturday at 2 p.m. Central European summer time, which is Amsterdam time. And of course that will change in the autumn, but then we'll get to it when we get there, when we cross that bridge. For now, it's 2 p.m. Central European summertime, Amsterdam time. Then I stream, and then we'll have live writing sessions. If you join in, if you are viewing, let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat that you're here. If you are joining from Twitter or Blue Sky or Discord, let me know who you are there. I'd love to get in touch and to know how you found me, and yeah, keep in touch also through those channels. Before I forget, and then I'm really gonna start the first sprint of today. If you missed my birthday stream, I give a tiny treat to everyone, and if you join my Discord, my studio Discord, you can go to the announcements channel, and there you will find the treat I have for you guys. I will leave it there so that you can always download it and use it, and hopefully you'll have fun with it. So, without further ado, let's start our first writing sprint. Have fun! My apologies, I have to take a phone call. And I'm back again. Thank you for the patience. We have now 2 minutes left of writing for this first sprint session. I wish you good luck with those last 2 minutes. My apologies. I did something wrong. I think the sprint was about to end, so it wasn't that long anymore. How did your sprint go? I managed to write through 369 words. That's not as much as I'm used to in such a session. I hope the next session will go better. There hasn't been much news that I can share, but not shocking things either. I'll have to see how things go, how things progress from here. It is interesting, and that is information that I can share. I know that. It is interesting to know that that one of Najat's team members, and has previously moved other creatures. So make of it what you will. I can't divulge anymore, but it's not a strange thing for him, and it will come in handy in the future. So that's important to know as well. And these are all fun things. I find it still a challenge to write this background story without having written an outline of any kind. Like I said earlier, like I've said in previous live streams, I'm used to writing an outline in which I use key sentences, key words to describe what happens in a chapter. I am very capable of writing, 3 sentences in the outline, and then write a whole chapter or 2, depending on how long the chapter becomes. I can easily write a couple of thousand words, or if not more, from just 2 or 3 key sentences. So I don't need a detailed outline, but an outline does come in handy. In this case, I had no idea about the background of the relationship between Naja and Najat, and I have come to the conclusion that I might not even know enough about them as the characters themselves. So that will be a challenge as well. There will be several things I need to discover this month to make sure that I can write the other books. But at the same time, even though it is truly a challenge for me, I find it a fun challenge. excuse me. It's all part of the writing process. And I mean, not everyone writes in the same way. I know there are people who need a very detailed outline. Those are outlines from which I feel if I were to use that outline for my own story, then I wouldn't need to write the outline anymore. Those outlines are so detailed that it's too much for me. It doesn't leave me any room anymore. And my writing process is that I need some room to deviate a bit from the outline, to give myself a room for side stories. My apologies. To give myself some room to discover a bit more about the location where my characters are, or an event that's happening in a location where they are. I don't know, perhaps maybe the weather. This is Tergaenae is a world filled with magic. I have lots of mages, and I have mages that can influence the weather. I won't say control, but because it's not so much control the weather. There will be too much, or at least in my opinion. But they can influence the weather, and my characters might find that the weather has been influenced in one way or another. I mean, think about the Fellowship of the Ring in Lord of the Rings. They traveled through the mountains and such, and Saruman caused a snowstorm, and that snowstorm was so relentless that the Fellowship had to turn back, if I remember correctly. It's been years since I read the books and seen the movies, but if I'm correct, they eventually had to turn back because they couldn't go on anymore. So that is a way of influencing the weather. I mean, they were in the mountains, in the snow. My apologies, I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning, so it's been a long day already for me. But that's okay, I don't mind. I got quite some things done this morning. But back to controlling the weather or influencing the weather. I think controlling goes too far, because that means that once you can control the weather, you can basically control everything. And the weather is a combination of elemental factors. And in my story, elemental powers are not powers you can control. You can only control your access to the elemental powers, to the elemental magic, but you cannot control the elemental magic itself. So you can use your access to influence the elements, but you cannot control them in such a way that you can completely direct it into I don't know, the opposite way, or just anything that means real complete control. Access means you can influence it, and you can persuade the magic, because in Tergaenae, magic is a living, breathing thing. It is, if you will, a character of its own. That is how I perceive, how I see it. Magic is a character on its own. The world in its entirety, I regard that as a character as well, because the world, the magic, the creatures, the flora and fauna, everything in the world influences your story. And in my case, there's magic, and there is elemental magic, and there is other magic. I'm not talking about, not yet anyway, about even other forms of magic, because there is the common magic, in a way, common magic. That is what is taught on the schools and such. That I can divulge. That the High Council has given me permission to tell you guys about some basic things about Tergaenae. But yeah, there are things I cannot tell about yet. Oh. This is really bad. But it will go alright. It will become alright. It will be alright. So there's the magic, which is truly a character of its own, and magic encompasses really everything. So there's the elemental magic, but there's also all other kinds of magic, and there are kinds of magic that I cannot tell about yet. The ancient magic that I mentioned in my previous live stream, that is a magic that is it isn't taught at schools. It isn't widely known anymore. And I say anymore because in the past, thousands of years ago, ancient magic was known. It was a normal part of life. But at some point, it just, people didn't use it anymore, because the more common magic was more than enough to get around and to do their things and to do everything they needed. And also Tergaenae has mages, dragon riders, or the dragon companions as they are called, but also just common people. And common people do not have magic. So they just rely on physicians and apothecaries and dentists, or what were dentists back then, for their health. They rely on normal weapons like knives and spears and all kinds of throwing weapons. There are no cannons in Tergaenae because, well, they're not needed when you have mages. I mean, who needs a cannon when you've got a mage who can just flatten everything? You really don't need cannons for that. I mean, why would you? So there's also the contrast between the common people who do not have magic and the mages who do, and the third party, if you will, the dragon riders, the dragon companions. Oftentimes, most of the times, dragon companions do not have magic of their own. They do not have magical access. The dragons, on the other hand, do have magic. There are dragons who have innate magic, like elemental magic. Again, that's like with the mages, that's access to the magic. And there are dragons that have other things. I have fire-breathing dragons, but that is not the element. That is not an elemental magic for them, or at least for some of them. Part of the fire-breathing dragons are dragons who use a combination of toxics and such to, in the end, produce the fire. But there are also elemental dragons, although they are not very common. But a lot of dragons do have magic. But, well, I should say it better. All the dragons have magic. They have innate magic that keeps them in the air. I mean, sure, dragons are made to fly. Most of the dragons, not all of them. Most of the dragons are made to fly, and they have wings, most of them, not all of them. There are dragons that can fly but do not have wings. Especially those dragons rely on their innate magic. But in the end, if that magic gets depleted, they cannot fly anymore, and they will have to wait until they have built up the magic again. So there's a lot going on in Tergaenae, magical wise. So it's not the same for everybody, and also common people might not always trust mages, dragons, everything and anything that has to do with magic. I guess that's kind of similar as to, in a tiny way, as to how people saw so-called witches in the Salem trials and things like that in a few centuries ago here on Earth. So yeah, people in Tergaenae can also distrust magic and can also even be afraid of magic. And even mages who usually have magic, either innate magic or elemental magic, they can be afraid of magic, and that can go really far. And there are ways to deal with that. And you'll have to read the books to find out how that is done. I will not go into details about that. Usually it's done in a good way, so it doesn't give too many problems for the people, for the mages. But it's also, how shall I say that? Magic is an interesting character because it has so many facets. It's so diverse, and the mages simply do not know what the purpose of the magic is, what its target is. It seems just to be alive and use mages to, I don't know, use the magic, be used. So yeah, that is something that isn't always easy for them, but it's all part of the job. So that's how I see magic, and how the magic works in, or at least it's a tiny look into how magic works in Tergaenae. Elemental magic is magic that you cannot control. You have access to it, but you cannot control it. And other forms of magic are forms that you have. You can have innate magic, and you can learn magic. So yeah, that's the big difference. And that is what I also see happening here right now with Najat and his team. Najat doesn't have any magic of his own. The dragons of his team do all have magic, their innate magic, their ability to fly. And one of his team members has a very interesting bond with creatures. Somehow creatures always find their way to him, and that doesn't mean it's bad. Usually they find their way to him when they need help in some form, and sometimes they just seek him out just because of the fun, or because they just want to, I don't know, be in his surroundings. He doesn't have how shall I say that? You could perceive it as a form of innate magic, but it doesn't have a defined name, a defined way of doing things. It's more like you have. It's more like he has a certain charisma, certain attraction to creatures of all kinds. And that is what works. And in this case, it works with the flutter nymph. I mean, Nejat can talk to the flutter nymph. He has been taught the language. And the flutter nymphs, that's one of the beauties of the winged creatures that run and work for the Inky Winged Beats. They have all learned the common language of Tergaenae and several other languages, so they can at least understand the peoples of Tergaenae. It doesn't mean that they can speak back in that way, because oftentimes, most of the times, these winged creatures do not speak in the way that we speak. So that's pretty different. And that means that for someone to understand those winged creatures, they need to have learned the language of the winged creatures. And in this case, Nejat has learned the language of the flutter nymphs, because not his biological father, but the dragon prince, the dragon rider's king, who is his adoptive father, the dragon rider's king decided that his sons need to learn the language of the flutter nymphs, because the flutter nymphs are an ancient species in Tergaenae. And the king feels that it is important for the three princes to know how to speak with those ancient species, and how to possibly deal with them, but at least speak with them. So that is why Nejat knows how to speak with the flutter nymph, and this particular team member of him, he knows how to handle the flutter nymph, how to treat its wounds, but also he knows instinctively what food the flutter nymph needs. Of course, he has heard about the flutter nymphs. Who hasn't? But he hasn't deeply studied them, because there is that thing, that je ne sais quoi. I don't know what you would call it, instinct. I think it goes farther than instinct, but he knows what creatures like to eat. He knows instinctively if a creature comes for help, or if a creature just comes to play, for example. So there's this team member instinctively knows that it's innate to him. It's logical. It's he doesn't question his abilities for that, and that helps in this case. So yeah, that's the interesting thing in Tergaenae. There are so many facets of the creatures, of the magic, of the worlds, as Tergaenae is. Tergaenae is a big world rife with magic, and it is I find it an interesting world, and it is far older than Earth is, I think, if I remember correctly from my discoveries. And at the same time, sometimes it feels like it's younger. I don't know why that is, but that's okay. That doesn't matter. It does mean, or it doesn't mean anything in relation to what I was about to say. Tergaenae is a world that doesn't know industrialization as we know it here on Earth. Of course, some things are more automated in a way, but that is done by magic. And most of it is still done normally because magic comes at a price. You cannot keep on using magic without a cost. So it always costs something. And people are aware of that. At least those people who want to use magic, they are aware of the cost it brings with it. And that means that magic usually isn't used for common jobs. It isn't used, for example, in farm life to work the land or things like that. It isn't used for that. It isn't used in forestry. It isn't used in fishing. I don't know, things like that. Because it's the cost of using magic there is too high in comparison to what it will bring the people. So that is one of the facets of magic as well, and that is, how shall I say that? It's let me think. There has to be a balance of sorts between the use of magic and the cost of magic. And the moment the cost of magic becomes too high, people simply won't use magic, which I think is quite logical. I mean, I would do the same. I mean, if I could use magic to clean up my house, I don't know, to do all household chores, I mean, that would be wonderful. But if that means that I am exhausted all the time without me doing anything, you know, that doesn't work for me. I know what exhaustion means. So that really doesn't work for me. If I have to pay an arm and a limb to have the magic work for me, well, no, thank you. And of course, it depends on what you need the magic for. There are also healers that use magic. In one of my, or in my book series, one of my main characters, Isla, she's a healer, and her innate magic is water magic. That is an elemental magic, and she is also a healer. She also has the healing ability, skill, magic, whatever you want to call it, and the healing skill and the water work in work together, and that makes her a very powerful healer. The cost of healing is that she almost automatically gets access to the patient's memories. She can't help that. She needs to have a certain bond with a patient at the moment of treatment to be able to treat the patient. That is also why people who seek medical help are usually first treated by normal doctors without a healing skill, because of the cost of healing, and only when they can't find a solution, they will use healing. In Isla's case, she has a practice with her two aunts, and all three of them can heal. But they only use their healing skills if the normal medicine practices do not work anymore, are not enough anymore. So they will block their healing skills, for lack of a better word at the moment, They will block their healing skills until they are absolutely needed. So yeah, that's a way, and that's the way how they deal with it. So in that respect, there are so many things that influence the way people see magic and deal with magic. It's not, magic is not black or white. It is not the same for everybody, which is a good thing. I mean, no one is the same. That's not only true in Tergaenae, but it is also true here on Earth for ourselves. And you find that in Tergaenae as well. And even among when you look at two mages who have the same skills, who have the same upbringing, who have the same education, they still might do things differently. And their magic still might be different, and it still might have different results. And thus, it may be different. So that is how magic works, and that is also why not all dragon riders will be so eager to go in the ancient forest, because the ancient magic in the ancient forest is a magic that is, it's not a secret, but not many people know of it anymore. In this case, the Flutter Nymph knows of it, and its family knows of it, because they are relatively as old as the ancient magic is. So, well, not they themselves, but their species. So, the Flutter Nymph can and its family can tell them lots about the ancient forest and the magic. But still, magic can influence those who do not have magic, just to test them out in a way, and that goes for the now common magic as well as for the ancient magic. And because there is so little known anymore about the ancient magic, some of Najat's team members will be a bit hesitant to go into the ancient forest. This one particular team member who has this affiliation or this attraction to creatures, he does not have the same hesitance as his colleagues do, but he will still be hesitant because he doesn't know the ancient magic either, and he doesn't regard his own abilities as magic. So that's a whole different way of looking at it for them. So it will be interesting to see how things evolve in the future. So, looking at that all, I mean, it's interesting to talk about magic and to see how things go. But I'd also love to hear from you. Let me know in the chat or in the comments to let me know if you use magic in your story and to what degree. Does magic have a cost in your story? And what do your characters think about magic? How do they feel about it? If one of your characters has innate magic, is he or she afraid of it, or does she welcome it? Is it something that can have a big influence on your story, or is it just part of the world and it all depends on how the characters deal with it? So let me know in the comments, and I will respond to them as soon as I can. I try to answer all the comments every day, but it may happen sometimes that I don't have time to answer right away, but then I'll answer the next day at least. So let's get into another writing session, because we've got lots of things going on right now. I wish you all a lot of fun with writing, and good luck on reaching your word count goals. Have fun! We have just over 4 minutes left in sprinting. I would say happy sprinting, have fun. the sprint has ended. I did not even realize that. My apologies. And I was writing so much that I hadn't realized that it had ended. I managed to write 622 words, bringing my total at 11,583. So I only need 1,000 more words to reach my goal of 12,500 words. I did get the message from the Inky Winged Beats that there was one bit of news I am allowed to share with you guys. I already told you that Nejat and his team are going into the ancient forest. And as it turns out, you remember I told you I told you guys that Nejat was supposed to be in Dragon City and to help receive the delegation of another kingdom, and he managed to get out of it and to move to the village where he is now, or to go to the village where he is now and work on a counterfeit case. Well, you know, his brothers thought they were left out of the fun and convinced their father that Nejat wasn't supposed to be the only one to have fun. So they turned up in a village with their entire teams. I mean, you have to realize Nejat has a team, and they are a total of 6 with Nejat. Seamus, one of his brothers, also has his own team. Or, well, he's not the leader of the team. That's a whole story for another time. But that team also consists of my apologies, it's 8 members. Seamus' team also consists of 8 members, and Finlay, the other brother, also has his team, also consisting of 8 dragon companions. So can you imagine what that will look like? 24 dragon companions in full gear right there in that small village, all there because of the counterfeit issue. Well, that's going to be interesting, because now Nejat has to inform 16 team members, 16 people, that they're going into the ancient forest. And yeah, there was one more tiny detail. You remember the Fluttonim's family? It's kind of big. And I mean, they started asking the teammate, the team member who knows, who has this affinity with the creatures, he knows how to treat them. He treated the Fluttonym as well in a previous live stream and in the beginning here as well. So he asked, okay, how many team members or how many family members do you have? Because he needs to know if he has enough supplies. So they start with, okay, 10, nah, 20, nah, okay, 40, nah, more. It turns out it's a family of 150 members. So yeah, that's a serious issue, because they will have to they will have to move them all into the ancient forest from where they live currently. So all in all, it's a good thing that 16 more dragon riders turned up. I don't know if Seamus and Finlay and their team members are going to like it that they're going into the forest and into the ancient forest. We'll have to see how that goes. So there's a nice challenge for them. I mean, in total, Nejat now has to lead 23 dragon companions into the forest, move all the Fluttonims into the ancient forest, and then weed out the thugs, weed out the outsiders who are giving troubles with the counterfeit coins, with the fake coins. And you'd say, well, You know, there were 24 dragon companions. How hard can that be? Well, I don't know. Here on Earth, whole big police teams cannot always solve cases. So I don't know if a team of 24 dragon companions will be able to solve this case before they really have to go back to Dragon City. Because, yeah, that's still an issue. Nejat needs to go back to Dragon City because, well, that is where his possibly future fiancée will be. So, yeah, that's gonna be a challenge. And I don't know yet if, and if so, how many other winged creatures, small winged creatures, will show up. My apologies, will show up to, I don't know, get a piece of news, get a piece of gossip. I mean, no doubt that that all those news and gossip vines work perfectly, and the Inky Winged Beats personnel now already knows that Finlay and Seamus turned up with both their entire teams in this small village. So, you know, they already know that Nejat's there with his entire team. So 3 entire Dragon Companion teams being there, you hardly can call that keeping it a secret. And, well, Nejat had intended to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Seems that he is failing in that, not due to his own actions, but due to Seamus and Finlay just wanting to have a part of the fun. Luckily, they are not there to disrupt things. The 3 brothers really have a good bond, so that's a good thing. I mean, it's not like they are there because they are jealous of Nejat. It's just playful banter, and they truly, of course, they want to take part in the fun, what they regard as fun, anyways. But they also realize that it won't be easy for Nejat to return to Dragon City after having left Dragon City while he was informed that he needed to stay in Dragon City. So he might have a hard time when he returns if Finlay and Seamus won't turn up or won't be with him and won't back his story. So in a way, them showing up with their entire teams will help him in the end when he returns to Dragon City. So, yeah. I was told that was the information I was allowed to share with you guys. No doubt that it will somehow land in the Inky Winged Beats as well. It will be interesting to find out what exactly the Inky Winged Beats will put in the newspaper about this. Maybe, just maybe, they will wait until this issue is solved, at least until the Flutternym family has been moved to a safe location, and at least the local group of thugs has been dealt with, and then they can move on from there, or at least that is what I suspect. I mean, with such a big issue of counterfeit money, of fake coins, that it's not only in that village, but it has reached Dragon City, and it has reached other cities as well. I'm not sure, I haven't heard if it has also reached the White City. The White City is the city of the mages. One of the city of the mages, I have to say. There's also the Grey City, but the Grey City is on another continent. That's a whole story for another time. So I don't know because I haven't discovered it yet, because I haven't heard from the Inky Winged Beats and from the High Council if this counterfeit issue goes as far north as the White City. It's possible that it's only at this moment remaining in the south, and possibly going further south, crossing the ocean, crossing the sea. I think it's a sea. That's something I still am not sure about. The High Council is a bit secretive about that. Is it an ocean or is it a sea south of Dragon City? I don't know yet, but I will find out anyways. So it's not clear to me yet if this counterfeit issue is a sole issue or an issue solely on this current continent, or if it has its origins in another continent south of Dragon City, or maybe somewhere else. I mean, there are also pirates in Tergaenae, and I at least I heard rumors about that. I don't know how correct the Inky Winged Beats people were about that, but it is rumored, and they told me that outside of the High Council. But you know, the rumors, those are things that the High Council chooses to ignore for the moment. So I'll take my chances and tell you guys about that. The pirates are set to live on an island range southwest to west of Dragon City. So it's interesting to see if that is true. Do they really live there? Are there indeed pirates? And if there are pirates, do they use counterfeit? Do they make counterfeits? Do they make counterfeit money? Do they make fake coins? And why do they involve the flutter nymphs? Well, it's that is something to see about. So yeah, that's kind of shall we say complicated in a way. But we'll have to figure out. I'll have to figure it out as I keep on going. We'll see. I will have to see how Finlay and Seamus feel about being sent to the ancient forests with their brother. That's gonna be fun, because I think both men, all three of them, I have to say, neither of them have magic of their own. They don't have any innate magic. That I know. Najat isn't afraid of magic at the base. It's not something he fears. Of course, as dragon companions, it would be quite the problem if you are afraid of magic, since dragons have innate magic, so you cannot avoid that. Of course, there is a way to try to avoid at least being influenced by that magic, but that can only be done if you can focus on one part of magic, so the magic of the one dragon of which you are a companion. But I have yet to hear about a dragon companion who is afraid of magic. I have yet to hear about a dragon companion who's afraid of heights and who's afraid of flying. Because a dragon companion, that is information I can share, I am allowed to share. A dragon companion is it goes farther than being a horse rider, for example. A dragon companion really bonds with a dragon. and only after they have formed that bond, that is also, it's not only an emotional bond which you might have with a cat, or which you might have with a cat or with a dog, but it's also a far deeper bond. It's all they can communicate through their minds with each other, so they have a bond that surpasses the physical, and it's also a mental bond. So if you are a dragon companion and you are afraid of magic or heights or flying, you would really have a problem, because I mean, how would you do that if you have a companion who has innate magic, is used to flying, and can fly high? I mean, dragons fly in all places. So I have not heard about a dragon companion who has those fears. I think, but that is just my observation from what I currently know, and from what I've heard up until now. I think that dragons do not choose a person who has those fears, because dragon companions, it's a two-way street. Dragon companions can choose a dragon, but the dragon also chooses the companion. They both have to agree before they start. The fun part is that, of course, there are loads of men who want to be a dragon companion, but the dragons really choose their companions. Men can let their wishes known. They can express that they would love to be a companion, but not all dragons will go for that. There are really a lot more people who want to be a companion than there are dragons who will accept a companion. And it's also not something to take up lightly, because being a companion not only brings the benefits. I mean, being a companion, if you are open about that, it brings a certain status. It can give you, from what I have observed, there are dragon companions who really stand on the fact that they are a dragon companion, who really boast that. So they get all kinds of treats from common people, and they also expect certain things from commoners because they are a dragon companion. Of course, it doesn't always work like that. It is not something that the king encourages, supports, because Dragon City and other cities of dragon companions, on other continents, they do get contributions from other kingdoms and cities and villages nearby, because of the protection that dragon companions and their dragons offer, or dragons and their companions, I have to say, offer. So the Dragon King, and in this case Dragon City on this continent, is the main hub for all dragon riders in Tergaenae. And these cities in other on other continents are also valid dragon cities, dragon companion cities, but in the end they answer to the king in Dragon City. Those other cities have what do you call it? Governors. Yeah, I think they are governors. They have governors, but they in the end they answer to the dragon companion king. And the dragon companion's king isn't one to encourage nor support that kind of behavior. It doesn't mean that he, or at least not from what I have heard so far, it doesn't mean that he will punish those who do that. But he will tell them, either himself or through their commanders, that he doesn't condone it. So there's a fine line. I mean, the dragon companions also just need to do their work, and he needs the dragon companions to do their work. So there's a fine line between what he will do about what is not condoned, and about what is not condoned, and expecting, or a dragon companion expecting certain behavior and certain treats and certain treatments from commoners just because of the fact that they are a dragon companion, that's a borderline case. That's really it all depends on the status of the dragon companion himself. If that dragon companion has done a lot and really has merits, then the Dragon King will usually let it slide, as long as it doesn't have big negative consequences. If it is a young dragon companion who is basically still learning the ropes and who boasts about it and almost, shall we say, forces commoners to treat him like that, then the Dragon King will turn to his commander and ask for punishment, or tell the commander to punish this dragon companion, because he will not accept that. And the interesting part is that often enough the dragon will have already told his companion that this is behavior that is not wanted, that is not condoned. In such situations, it is also seen that the dragon is slowly retreating from the bond. And you have to keep in mind, it is a very powerful bond, and when a dragon retreats from such a bond on his own, because of what he thinks, because of what he feels that the dragon companion is not worth it anymore to be a dragon companion, that means a hell of a lot. So if a dragon companion doesn't listen to the dragon to whom he is a companion, and the commander or team leader, at first the team leader will be the one who tells him that, and if it's not a team leader, then, or if it doesn't help, I have to say, then the commander will do it. If that doesn't help, well, then you're in big trouble as a dragon companion, because soon you will not be a dragon companion anymore. The dragon will just oust you. He will break the bond with you, depending on what you did, there have been stories where the dragon really hurts the companion because of what the companion did. There are also stories where the dragon just thinks, okay, you know what, you're too young, you're just not, in hindsight, not fit to be a dragon companion. You know what, I break the bond and it's done. I'm not gonna spend more time on it or more effort. It's done. But in cases where the dragon really feels that the dragon companion has been totally in the wrong and just keeps getting worse, yeah, the dragon will punish him. And how that punishment will work out, what effect the punishment will have, that differs per dragon. So yeah, it's an interesting way of how dragon companions and dragons work, how the bond works, and how it is viewed. Dragons are viewed as highly important creatures. They are sentient beings, and they for commoners, or with commoners, I have to say, no, for commoners, it's not easy to talk with dragons because they don't understand the language of the dragons. Dragon companions, however, will understand the language of the dragons because they communicate on a very different level with the dragons, and that is what makes a difference. And it's not that dragons have the same language as dragon companions. I mean, it's not like they suddenly start to talk the common language, no. But they can communicate with their companions. That is how the deities made that happen. That's also a story for another time, because that is a very elaborate story. Let me put it that way. So yeah, the dragons are very important because they protect together with the dragon companions, and depending on the size of the dragons, they also just are, I don't know, like we see birds, like sparrows and such. They are nice to see, they are fun to hear, etc., etc. There are small dragons that can fit on the tip of your pink, or in the palm of your hand. So it's not all the big dragons with the size of airbuses. In Tergaenae there aren't dragons that are that size. That's I mean, how do you do that? But yeah, they are big, but they can also be very, very small. And so in that respect, also commoners just like dragons, like they also like the flutter nymphs. The dragons themselves and flutter nymphs and other magical creatures have rarely been known to hurt the peoples of Tergaenae, and that is why in the base the peoples of Tergaenae trust magical creatures, because their innate magic has never hurt the peoples by unless it was by accident. I mean, of course, accidents happen. But in the base, that hasn't happened before. And there are magical creatures that have innate magic, like the flutter nymphs, that can hardly harm anyone, unless they really are really focused and really very, very, very angry. I mean, the flutter nymphs can do that, but it usually takes more than one flutter nymph to deal real damage. So yeah, the dragons are considered good creatures, no matter how big or small they are. And that is why dragon companions also have almost automatically a good status amongst commoners, amongst other peoples of Tergaenae. The mages is a different story, but we'll get into that later on at some time in the future, some point in the future. For now, I think this is enough about the dragons and their companions and how they work. I think that if I tell more, that I'm being called back by the High Council, and I really do not want that. Let's see where the story takes us, and after the next sprints, we will take a look at NaNoWriMo in November, and see how things can be done, can be prepared until that time. And then we will do one more Wordsprint. So in total, after now, we will do 2 Wordsprints until the end of the stream. And then I'm going to call it a day, because then I think then we will have enough time of writing done. So I am currently at 11,583 words of my 12,500 word goal. Let's see how far I can take it in this session. Let me know in the comments or in the chat how you are doing, or later on in the comments or now in the chat how you are doing. What are your experiences? What do you run into? Do you find any difficulties writing your story, or writing your backgrounds, or working on your world? I'm always happy to help, and my cabin members from NaNoWriMo are also always happy to help out. So let me know in the comments below. And before I forget, if you would like to be notified of future live streams with writing sprints, hit that subscribe button and the notification bell, and you will be automatically notified when my next live stream will be. I might include surprise live streams like last Thursday, like 2 days ago. They might come in the future. You never know. And at least you will be reminded that every Saturday I will have my normal live stream at 2 p.m. Central European summertime at the moment, so Amsterdam time. So let's get to it again and do another writing session. I hope I can write at least 500 words. That would be nice. And I will see where Najat takes Seamus and Finlay. We'll see how that goes, because that can be interesting. Have fun writing, and I will see you in 25 minutes. And we have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 second left, and it's the end of the sprint. How did you all do? I managed to write 619 words, bringing my total to 12,202 words, which is a very good progress. And I was surprised, and luckily I am allowed to tell you about this surprise. The next shift of guards turned up, and yeah, he at least knows 2 grocers who will be able to provide food for the Platinum family. I mean, 150 family members, that's a huge amount of family members to take care of. So, yeah. Oh, I did not even tell you that, I think. Oh, yeah, I did. And the fun thing is, this guard is a short man. He's quite a lot shorter than Najat is. And usually Najat, or so I am told, usually Najat is very aware of his surroundings. So if someone were to pop up behind him, he would usually know that, register that subconsciously. But this time he was utterly taken by surprise when this new guard told him that yes, there were 2 grocers who might help because they were helped by the Platinums in the past. So yeah, that caused a bit of commotion with one of the dragons, eventually Najat's companion, eventually saying or displaying his shall we say disappointment with the puny little human for the way the human talked about the dragons. But here's a surprise about this particular dragon. He likes fried fish. So Najat knew how to distract him, and so to stop the thunderous growling from this dragon that could be heard inside the village. I mean, the dragons are all on in the outskirts of the city. They are outside of the city, I have to say it correctly, in the outskirts. So they are on a field. So when you can hear the thunderous growling in the village, the village, not the city, when you can hear them in the village, that means that particular dragon is really, really growling really loudly. So Najat wants to tone it down and just say, now might not be the best time. We have other fish to fry. And then the dragon goes, oh, frying fish! When can we do that? I like me some fried fish! So, and he stops his growling immediately and has something like, okay, fried fish, fried fish, fried fish. So yeah, Najat successfully distracted him. And the other companions, of course, find out, and they all have a good laugh. And now they are on to the grocers, because they need a lot of fruit for these flutter nymph family to be able to get well again, because that apparently is a serious problem. I haven't discovered yet why the flutter nymphs are underfed exactly. I do have my suspicions, but I cannot tell you anything for sure, and I'd rather find it out first before I tell you guys. Oh, my apologies. So that is where I stand at the moment. I only have, I only have 300 more words to go, so that will be an easy thing in the next and last Wordsprint of today. But I promised you guys that we would also talk a bit about NaNoWriMo. For those who happen upon this stream and have no idea what NaNoWriMo is, NaNoWriMo is the National Novel Writing Month. The fun thing is, it's for a very long time not national anymore. Originally, it was an American novel writing month, started by the founders of NaNoWriMo as a fun challenge for a group of friends originally, if I remember correctly, and it has grown to a worldwide phenomenon. Every November you can find young writers, experienced writers trying their hands on writing 50,000 words in a story, writing a story of 50,000 words, I should say, in November, from November 1st to November 30th. It is a true challenge, because it means you have to write 1,667 words every day to reach that goal of 50,000 words. Why has the amount of 50,000 words chosen? From what I recall, it is chosen because that is supposed to be a novella of sorts, so it should give you the possibility of finalizing or making a complete story. It of course depends on what you want to write, how you write, and what you are used to. I mean, 50,000 words for me is far from enough for my story. I mean, I have written at the moment 12,000 words. So that's 1/5 of that goal, and I'm not even close to finishing the story. I'm not even close to the middle of the background story. So there's no way that I would be able to write a complete novel or novella in 50,000 words. That's just not in my picture. But that's okay. The initial goal is to finish your story in 50,000 words. But eventually it's the goal to write 50,000 words. It's not something for everybody, because you really need to sit down in essence, you need to sit down every day to write those 1,667 words. But there are people who just write in the last week or the last few days. There are people who start on the first day and are able to write 10,000 words on the first day. It all differs per writer, per author. There are several published authors who have started writing through Nano and who are now published. So it is also a good training, and it's fun because you are not the only one writing in that month. There are literally thousands, tens of thousands of people writing with you, going through all those steps with you, and that's a fun thing to do. That is fun about NaNoWriMo. Usually, skipping the pandemic, but usually you will start with a kickoff. It all kind of depends on your local municipal liaisons. Here in the Netherlands, there's usually a kickoff on, I think, the end of October, and then an online kickoff on November the 1st, if I remember correctly. So that's a fun thing to do. During the pandemic, the NaNoWriMo organization was very responsible and told us all that local write-ins were not allowed. So kickoffs, write-ins, etc., were absolutely not allowed to do, especially not in the name of NaNoWriMo, because they wanted to prevent the spread of the virus. And I think that was a very responsible step from them to take during this pandemic. Luckily now everything seems to be alright, although I hear some stories on Twitter that it's rising up again. I don't know if it's an American thing. Here in the Netherlands I don't hear anything about it. It seems that it's just all normal again. Normal having the flu. I don't hear anything about a sudden rise of corona, COVID patients. But it's till the end of the summer. Of course, this is the last week. No, this is the first week. I have to say it correctly. This is the first week of people returning from holidays. We've just had that, and it's very well possible that now that children go to school again and everybody is at work again, that things progress again. But we don't know. But the limits here have been gone for about a year. Yeah, for a year now. I remember because I got COVID a year ago, and when I got it, we didn't need to go to official testing anymore, etc., etc. I did a test just to be sure that I didn't have it, and I turned out that I had it. So, but I wasn't. It wasn't a mandatory test anymore by then. So things were really kind of let loose. So yeah, it differs per country. I think. I don't know. I haven't kept track of it at the moment because I have other things on my mind. As for NaNoWriMo, it is a challenge, and it is a challenge that many people take, and many people also fail. And most of the people do not really mind failing that challenge, because it's also fun to participate in that challenge. You'll see people talking about it on Twitter, and I assume it will now go to Blue Sky and Mastodon and all the other social platforms instead of Twitter X. So that's one of the fun parts. There's the forum of NaNoWriMo. Unfortunately, there are no cabins in November like there are in April and July. I wish they had it in November as well. We regularly ask for it on the official forums, but it has been denied again and again, unfortunately. But we still have our local groups, and you see Discords for NaNoWriMo popping up here and there everywhere. I know that we have a Dutch or an official Dutch Discord for NaNoWriMo. I've just joined it today. I totally forgot about it last year. I have to say that I don't remember when it was started. But so yeah, you can also participate in Discords and keep in touch with other writers there. The municipal liaisons are also organizing all kinds of things online. At least here in the Netherlands, they are. So they are kind of preparing us already for NaNoWriMo, which is still 2 months away. Then again, you might think, well, it's still 2 months away. I've got loads and loads of time. Yeah, just keep in mind that once you reach November 1st, it's too late to do preparations. What I like to do in this case, like I said earlier, I hope to have finished this particular background story because it has a very large influence on the first book, on how things will play out. Well, I have to say that correctly, on how certain characters will be able to do things or won't be able to do things, and what is expected of them and what is not expected of them. So this background story, even though it is just a background story, does have quite an influence on the main story, on the books. So this is something I want to have finished before November 1st. I also want to finish my series outline before November 1st. And that is because I know myself, and I know that for me it is very well possible to write things in later chapters and in later books that need foreshadowing in my first book and earlier chapters. Or things that need to be included there. So that is why I now decided a little while ago to make an entire outline for my entire series instead of adjusting the outline of my first book. Because with bringing in these new characters of Najat and Nazia and a few others, things will change. Things will change in the first book, and things will change in the books thereafter. And I need to know what I need to take into consideration and what I need to prepare for in the first book. So that is why I decided to also work on the outline before November 1st. And when that's done, I'm basically ready with the writing preparations. This year again, I want to try to also have some other preparations done, like having some meal prepping done. That is a serious, or can be, let me put it that way, it can be a serious issue when doing NaNoWriMo, and also having a normal daytime job or nighttime job. I mean, it all depends on what you do. You also have your household. You have your dinners to prepare, your breakfast, etc., etc. And let's not forget, you also... No, let me rephrase that before I finish it. It is also good to prepare some treats for yourself. Prepare, I don't know, a day out. Prepare some sweets or some, I don't know, playing a game for a few hours, reading a book for a few hours, buying a new book. I mean, I still have a pretty huge to be read file, but I know myself. So I don't know how that will turn out, but I'll see. So it is a good thing to also prepare treats for yourself, so that you have something to treat yourself with when you have made milestones. And milestone is keeping track every day. Milestone is reaching 5,000 words, 10,000 words, 15,000 words, etc., etc. Those are all milestones you can find on the NaNoWriMo side. So that is those are good things to prepare for, but also things that can help you writing. Look for music that can help you writing, that can be, I don't know, play in the background, or music that is really really how do you say that, that really signifies how your character is, so that you can play it in the background when you're writing their particular character. Or just some music that you like to have playing in the background when you are writing. Maybe there is some new music. Maybe you need to clean up your playlist. Things like that. Those are all things you can do before NaNoWriMo, and things I really also advise you to do before NaNoWriMo. If there are things in your house or in your household that can take up time, and where you have the choice to do it before NaNoWriMo, during NaNoWriMo, or after NaNoWriMo, choose either before or after, but not during the month of November. Because you won't have time in the month of November. I can, from experience, I can tell you that if you are devoted to writing 50,000 words in November, if you are set to write that novel in November, you will not have time for big remodelings, or, I don't know, painting a wall, things like that. Work on your backyard, work on your garden. I mean, you won't have time for that. Sure, 15 minutes here or half an hour there, but no big things. You simply do not have time for that, because writing every day in NaNoWriMo, it takes time, it takes energy, it takes focus, and if you do not do that already before NaNoWriMo, if you're not used to that, it will really take time and energy to do that every day. And if you skip days because you work, for instance, on your garden, or I don't know, whatever, then it will take you more energy the next day. If you skip a whole week, that means that you have to write double in the next weeks. There is a reverse nano schedule. Let me see if I can find that. Reverse nano. Let me see. Yeah, let me see if I can link it for you guys. Oh, let me return to the main. Yeah. I think that you guys can see it right now. Oh, it's not doing what I... Yeah, now it is. Okay. I think that you should be able to see it now. Reverse nano is a goal per day, where by the end you only have to write one word on day 30 to finish NaNoWriMo. And that is the challenge. It's also a fun thing to do. It can also help you to write a lot in the beginning, and so that you have more energy left at the end. Because normally, especially in the first week, everybody has energy, and you can write a lot, and it doesn't cost you a lot. But the second week is harder. The third week is the hardest, if I'm correct. Let me see, Nano. If I'm correct. Well, I found the third week the hardest, but also many people say the second. The second or the third week, those are the hardest weeks for NaNoWriMo. And the fun thing of reverse NaNoWriMo is that by the beginning of week 3, you're absolutely halfway, and in the second day of week 3, you start. You do not have to write so much as others do. You will write 16,009 words and less every day from there on forth. Which means that you write less and less than those 1,667 words, and that helps. I mean, you are halfway. You are further than halfway, and the more you write, the less you need to write. The less words per day you need to write. I mean, to finish that same goal. So that can really help you. So those are things that you can use to prepare yourself. I will paste the link to the sites where you can find it in the chat now. So yeah, that can help you. That can truly help you. It is something I try every year and where I fail every year, but it does keep me going, so that's what is important. I'm not sure yet how I will do the live streams in November. I will do the weekly live streams, that's for sure. I'll keep on continuing that. And let me see when November 1st is. That is on a Wednesday, so I might do an extra live stream on November 1st and also on November 30th, because that is on a Thursday. But I will for sure live stream every Saturday in November, so that schedule won't change. But I might do extra live streams in between. It all depends on how things go. For the rest, I might, I don't know, prepare some treats for myself. I have already prepared, I didn't even realize that, dried fruit, which I dry myself, because that way I can have it and it won't have any things that I might be allergic to. So I have dried cherries and dried melons and dried nectarines and peaches and things like that. So that will help me get through NaNoWriMo as well. I will also have some sweet treats like cupcakes, but I think and I think that I might also make, but that will be in October, healthy cupcakes made of I don't know. I think I'll have to search for the recipe because I lost it a while ago. You use zucchini shreds, I think, in the cupcakes, and you do not even taste it. So I might make those as well. I mean, it's a delicious treat, and at the same time, it's kind of a healthy treat. So that way, I can do both. And I make sure that I have enough cacao because I like hot chocolate, especially when it's November. It's usually a month that it's raining a lot or starting to rain a lot, and it's starting to get colder. I don't know how it will be now because, I mean, this morning, it was, I think it was 10 degrees Celsius when I went outside, so it was, or maybe 13, I don't remember, but it was cold. And this afternoon it was supposed to become 25 degrees Celsius. So at this moment we have quite a lot of big temperature variations during the day, and it's more, it's right now it feels more like autumn, so I have no idea what October and November will bring us. And I don't know, maybe we will wear shorts and t-shirts in November. I mean, a couple of years ago we wore shorts and t-shirts around Christmas, and I do not live in the southern hemisphere. I mean, with Christmas we are supposed to have snow, freezing temperatures, and ice, and people were walking outside. I didn't wear any jacket outside. I just went like this, a t-shirt and a vest, and maybe not even a vest, shorts or a skirt or whatever, because it was somewhere between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius smack dab in the middle of winter, when it was supposed to be freezing and with a lot of snow. So things are different sometimes here in the Netherlands than they are supposed to be. So I have no idea what November will bring us, but normally it's colder and with more rain. So I will prepare hot chocolate, or better, I will make sure that I have enough cacao, because my hot chocolate is lactose-free milk with cacao, with a healthy dose of cacao that it really tastes good like cacao. I like the deep taste of cacao. And I might bake some cookies for myself, but I don't know yet. It all depends also on how much time I have free in October, because of course it all takes time. And the cupcakes need to be prepared, and I need to freeze them. So that's something I need to do as well, or want to do as well. And I want to seriously look at some meal prepping for this November. I'm not sure yet how I will do it. I do know already that I want to treat myself to a nice takeout, or maybe even dinner, in a favorite restaurant of mine, of a favorite restaurant of mine. I will see about that. It all depends on how things go, and I'll see. So it's fun to think about what I can do for preparations for NaNoWriMo, and there are just things to keep in mind. Make sure that you have the latest version of your writing software. In my case, it's Scrivener, so I will definitely check for updates before NaNoWriMo. I remember I had 1 year when I hadn't updated NaNoWriMo, and I hadn't updated Scrivener at the start of NaNoWriMo. Yeah, that caused a little panic. But luckily enough, it didn't influence my documents too much, so that was a good thing. So update your software if you're writing on if you're writing on your computer or laptop. Make sure you have pens, pencils, notes. Make sure you have a notebook when you are not on a computer or not at home or wherever you want to write, so that you can take notes wherever you are. That's always handy to do. Make sure you have enough to drink. I mean, it's easy to forget to drink, but it's very important to be able to keep on going. Also, plan in some activities, non-writing activities, physical activities. Plan in a walk. Plan in some gym time or whatever, because that will help you to keep on going. I mean, it's sure it's important to write, but it's also important to stay healthy. I mean, it's all nice that we can write a lot, but if you're not healthy while writing, that's not good either. So plan that. Really take a look at what you are used to do. Take a look at what you need at the time you need to write that amount of words per day. So in case of NaNoWriMo, plan that time, not necessarily literally from hour to hour, but make sure that in your schedule you have time to write those 1667 words, because you need that. You need that time, and plan extra time for that. Because right now you might think that you have more than enough time to write those words, to write that amount of words, but you will find that you have a temporary block, that you have that you need more time. You can write, but it goes slower. The flow is slower than what you are used to. So make sure you take in a bit more time, let's say a half an hour or an hour, to write those 1667 words. Just plan in some extra, calculate in some extra. Take a look at that now. Instead of waiting till November 1st, take a look at your schedule now. You have to keep in mind that you have a job, that you have school, that you have college or university or whatever. I mean, those all have priority. Your health has priority in all cases. I mean, if you are not healthy, do not, if you are too tired, if you have other big health problems, you should really keep that in mind. If those health problems would limit the amount that you can write, limit the time that you can write, then let it limit the time that you can write. And instead of going for 50,000 words, go for 25,000 words, for example. Your health comes first. Always. There is no doubt about it. Your health comes first. And that goes in life outside of NaNoWriMo, but that also goes in that 1 month of NaNoWriMo. It is far more important to stay healthy as you can be, and write 25,000 words, or instead of writing 50,000 words and at the end just crumble down because you can't do anything anymore because you're not healthy anymore, or not healthy as you can be. So keep that in mind, please. Look at your schedule now. If you have the possibility to, I don't know, plan a few days of leave, or perhaps a short vacation or a long weekend, see if you can do that. I always plan 2 weeks in April and 2 weeks in November that I have a leave, a vacation, a holiday, because of NaNoWriMo. I intentionally plan those weeks. It's always the end of April and the end of November, so that in that way I have at least 2 weeks that I can focus on writing and focus on what I want to achieve with NaNoWriMo, with that event. And that might be that I can only start then and write 25,000 words. And it might be that I just can continue on with what I was doing and write more, or just achieve those 50,000 words. But if you right now can still have the option to get a few days off, get a week off, do that. And it doesn't endanger your other plans. I mean, do that, because you might need it. Plan those days, plan that week at the end of November, because that is when you are going to be really tired. The second week, third week, those are the hardest weeks. But at the end of November, the tiredness sets in, and the exhaustion sets in. So take that time. Also, see if you can take some time just after NaNoWriMo has finished. So December 1st, 2nd, 3rd, whatever. It all depends on when the weekend starts. In this case, November 30th is on a Thursday. So I don't know. Take the Friday off, and you have a long weekend, and that way you have some time to recover from 30 days of writing. Those are all things you can see to right now, and that you don't have to do in November, and that you don't have to arrange in November, I have to say. So yeah, those are all things you can do, and you have 2 months to do that, 2 months to prepare. And use those 2 months wisely. If you have an idea for a story, but you do not have a proper world, for example, yet, and you want to have a proper world, do world building right now. Take these 2 months, do world building. It's not writing, but it helps you to set a good environment for your story. Work on your characters. See if you can find I don't know, headshots of or full photos of actors, of models who can be a model for your characters. Things like that. Those are all things that you can do that can help you in November to write more easily, to make the process a bit flow a bit better. You don't have to do research anymore. If you don't have to do research anymore, because you have already done it and you know everything, then writing goes easy, goes more smoothly, because you don't need to stop your writing because you need to do research. That makes a huge difference. So with that said, I want to do one more writing sprint, and after that's finished, then I'm gonna call it a day. I have at the moment 12,202 words, which means I have to roughly write 300 words. I will continue the Wordsprint until 25 minutes are up, so we'll just do a normal 25 minutes Wordsprint. And after that, we'll see. After that, I'll do a short recap, and we'll and I'll close the day. I wish you all a lot of fun writing. I hope you I hope you can write whatever you want, and I hope you can reach your goals. Have fun, and let's start the last sprint of today. Even denken. And that is the end of our sprint. I seem to have missed the end again. My apologies for that. I really need to make a timer with a sound. I need to find that again. How did the writing go for you? I managed to write 776 words, which means I more than made my goal of 12,500 words. I now have written a total of 12,978 words. So, I reached my goal again today. It's been an interesting time for Najat and his team members. A new shift turned up, a new shift of guards. So that's interesting as well. And it seems that this particular guard, of one of these guards, is really afraid of the ancient forest, so he really doesn't want to get in. We'll see how Najat deals with that in the future. And luckily, the second in command of the officer of the village was able to bring a sack filled with berries, late cherries, and other small fruit. And he also had a bottle of nectar. And this flutter nymph really could use that. So Najat let him drink from it. And luckily enough, the second in command managed to get a hold of the beekeeper. And the beekeeper is now gathering all the nectar he still has. And he will meet them at the edge of the forest. So that's all I can tell you guys. And that is all I am allowed to say for the moment. I cannot divulge any more information about Najat's plans. The Inky Winged Beats are on top of it, it seems, because not only the flutter nymph is here, but I am told that other wind creatures are here as well. I don't know who has shown up. We will have to see. We'll have to wait and see who turns up, who makes his presence known. I have no idea. So maybe I can tell you about it next week. Maybe not. I don't know what the High Council will allow me to tell. I don't know how much more information I can discover during the coming week. So yeah, it's a surprise for me, just as it is for you. This is becoming a more and more interesting story. At first, Najat wanted to keep a low profile, but with the other two teams showing up, it seems like the cat is out of the bag, and keeping a low profile is going to be a bit hard, especially if they all move into the forest. So I suspect that Najat will make an adjusted plan, taking into account those who really cannot handle the ancient magic that will be in the ancient forest. I'll have to see. I don't know what I will discover. I don't know what Najat will let me tell you guys, or what the High Council will let me tell you guys. I have to say. It's all interesting. It's fun to see things happening. It's also fun to see how the flutter nymph reacts to certain things. It can be really angry, I just discovered, and I think it was a good thing that Najat was still holding the flutter nymph. I have really no idea what it would have done else if Najat hadn't been holding the flutter nymph in the situation that occurred. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you anything about that because the High Council hasn't allowed me to tell you about that. They do not want too much known about that incident. So looking back at today, I managed to write a decent amount of words. But like I said in previous streams, the word count in itself is not my goal. My goal is to get to know the characters more, get to know the background of this relationship better, to discover all that makes them tick, to discover how Najat and Nazia met. Well, I have a rough idea of how they met, but how things were for them at that moment, that is still something I have to discover. And how things progressed from there on. I mean, I know some milestones, but that's just it. I know those milestones. I have discovered those, but I haven't discovered everything that's in between. And I feel that there is a lot that has happened in between that I also need to know to make sure that in the books, in the final books, there isn't. I can use enough information to. How do I say that without telling too much? That I have enough information to make sure that certain characters can do what is needed, and to make sure that these two characters, Najat and Nazia, will meet again and do what I want, do what I think they should do in the future, at least based on what I have discovered so far. I expect certain things will happen in the future, in the later books, and for that I need to know more right now. I need to know what has happened between those milestones, and before that first milestone where they meet. So that is what is happening now. So yeah, that is what is interesting about this background story. I feel good about my writing today. I managed to reach my goal, and I went. Let's see. I meant to reach 12,500 words, and I reached the goal of 12,978 words. So yeah, I managed to write almost 600 words more than I initially thought I would do. So that's a good thing. For the next stream, I will adjust the goals, because I have now adjusted the goal for August. But I want to start clean again with the next stream, or the next writing, or my next writing session, I have to say. So this is going to be interesting. So in the meantime, for this week, or for the coming days, I haven't planned a live stream session. I don't expect that I will do that, because I have a lot of things going on that need my attention, and things that I want to make and create and do in order to help you guys in the future. For that I need to do a lot. So next week, Saturday, I will have my usual live stream again, 2 p.m. at Central European Summertime, or Amsterdam time. So that's my normal live stream session, writing sessions, and we'll see where I end up, and how much the High Council allows me to tell you guys. Who knows, I might be able to give you guys some gossip in between before next week, but I can't promise you anything about that. That's really up to the High Council. I have no idea. So who knows? Maybe I can. Maybe I can give you some news or gossip. Maybe I can't. We'll have to see how things progress through this week, and what the High Council thinks of everything that's going on. Yeah, that's about it. I will leave you with a few questions. Leave your ideas for your projects in the comments. Let me know if you are participating in NaNoWriMo as well this November. What are you going to work on? Where do you need help? Is there any way that I and my cabin members can help you with? Post it in the comments. Also, feel free to post your experiences with NaNoWriMo in the comments. Do you have any suggestions? Do you have any questions specifically about NaNoWriMo or about something else? If you participate in NaNoWriMo, and if you have participated in the past, what did you like to have at hand for drinks and for snacks and other things to keep you motivated and to keep you still going strong until the end of the month? I'm very curious to hear about that. Let me know in the comments, and I will respond as soon as possible. For now, I wish you a good weekend. Have fun!